All right, can you hear me up there? Check, check. Hello, check one, two. All good. Check, check. Check one, two. Hey, check. Check one, two. Do you guys have speakers up there, or is it just going on the TV?
Check, check. Check one, two.
Good morning. Good morning. If you'd like to find a seat, we'll get started in just a couple minutes. So we'll let you get your refill on coffee or juice and another pastry, and then we'll get started here in about 2 minutes. Thank you. Good morning. We'll go ahead and get started here. So I'd like to welcome you all to the 39th Annual Civil Engineering Professional Development Seminar. This is a partnership of Purdue School of Civil and Construction Engineering, the Indiana Local Technical Assistance Program, and then of course our Indiana section and Metropolitan Indianapolis branch of the American Society of Civil Engineers. So my name's Jennifer Sharkey. I serve as the lead research engineer for Indiana LTAP here at Purdue. And I also serve as your Region 4 governor for ASCE. So I want to thank you all for voting for me in the last election to serve as your region governor. But before we get started with our keynote panel here, there's several groups I'd like to recognize and thank for their efforts to make today possible. So if you're with the CEPDS or CPEDS Planning Committee, could you please stand? Don't be shy. Yes, thank you. So these folks, we meet regularly throughout the calendar year, starting in January to debrief on the previous event and then also to plan for the upcoming year. So they do dedicate a lot of time for our planning meetings, help develop the technical sessions as well as the opening and keynote speakers. So they do donate a lot of time, and I really appreciate their efforts for this conference. And then we also have our ASCE Younger Member and Student Guides, if you could please stand. So starting last year and then building upon it for this year, these individuals really helped to curate the student experience at CEPDS. That was one of our goals for this planning committee, is to really integrate our student chapters into our professional network. So I really appreciate all the effort that they've provided to curate some special student sessions. So I encourage the students to attend the session right after this one, as well as the session at the end of the day for some student-focused activities, but then also to network and integrate within the rest of the program. And then the ASCE student chapters themselves. Will the students please stand? I'd just like to thank each of you for being here today. We hope you enjoy the student-focused session. We encourage you to provide feedback to us. And also just realize you are the future of our industry. So please ask questions, interact with our professionals here, network, maybe get an internship or a full-time job. I know there's a lot of interest from our professionals in that regard. But also want to recognize Marian University. So they are officially a student chapter for ASCE. They just got approved, not only here at the state level, but also at the national level. So in the state of Indiana, we are up to 11 ASCE student chapters, which in our region is the most for our region. So thank you, student chapters, for your work. And then lastly, our LTAP staff, as well as Purdue Conferences and AV, really appreciate the long hours that they put in to help make this program successful, from the design of the programs, presentations, and just all the logistics. Really appreciate their efforts. So just one last round of applause. All right, so just a couple housekeeping items. So the technical sessions will be in Stewart, which is the building right across the sidewalk here on the second and third floor. So the program has the specific room assignments there. We also have a hospitality suite in Stewart 218. So this will have the LTAP booth with some technical materials. It will have the audible devices, which we'll learn about here shortly. And it is shared with the student experience. So for 2 of the sessions, the students will be in that room doing activities. But those of you that are doing the leadership and management track, that will be with Pepper Construction and Stewart. You will join us right now for the opening session as well as the lunch session, but you'll continue on until 5 o'clock, so you have an extra hour of excitement. So appreciate you signing up for that session. And then the CEU forms will be passed out during the last session of the day. If you have to leave early, please visit the LTAP booth in the hospitality room in Stewart 218 so you can fill out the form and get credits for the amount of time you were here. So with that, I now invite our ASCE Purdue Student Chapter President, Kyle Gipp, to the stage, and he will welcome our keynote speakers. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome representatives from the Indiana Department of Transportation and Bosma Center for Visionary Solutions to share with us advancements in work zone safety that aid in the mobility of the visually impaired through the construction zones in Indiana. From the Bosma Center, we have Jared Woodard and Daniel Belding. Jared has worked in the field of visionary rehabilitation since joining Bosma Enterprises in 2015. He started as an itinerant rehabilitation teacher, is a certified orientation and mobility specialist, and is currently the rehabilitation team supervisor at Bosma. Jared holds a bachelor's degree from Eastern Illinois University and a master's degree from Western Michigan University. Jared strives to encourage his clients to pursue and learn every technique, resource, and relationship that will aid them in their goal of achieving independence. Daniel has been legally blind since birth. He receives visionary rehabilitation training at Colorado Center for the Blind, CCB, from 2015 to 2016. After completing his program, Daniel taught orientation and mobility at CCB for 2 years. Daniel has a bachelor's degree from Indiana University and a master's degree from Louisiana Tech University. Daniel has been employed with Bosma Enterprises as an orientation and mobility specialist since January 2023. Daniel has a high expectation for each of his clients and encourages them to challenge themselves, connect with other blind people, and not let blindness be the reason they don't pursue their dreams. Joining the Bosma Center are representatives from NDOT, including Luis Laraquente and Mark Bailey. Luis is the Highway Engineer Director at NDOT. He is an accomplished civil engineer with over 17 years of experience in the field. Luis holds a Master's of Science in Transportation Engineering from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and has been serving as NDOT's Highway Engineering Director for the past year and a half. Joining Luis is Mark Bailey, the Managing Director of Engineering for NDOT. Mark graduated from Purdue University in 2001 with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. Prior to becoming the Managing Director, Mark served as the Director of the Division of Hydraulic Engineering at NDOT. Please welcome them.
Thank you for the introduction. I appreciate that, and thank you everyone for braving the snow to come join us this morning. So I want to start off by sharing kind of the origin story of this presentation. Jennifer was hosting a planning session and just threw out to the room, does anybody have any ideas for an interesting opening session topic? You know, something that we haven't heard about, you know, something that's a little different. And just a few days before that, I had attended the first meeting that NDOT had with Bosma. We had been working on how to implement these audible devices that you're going to hear a lot about later today, and we are going to have set up over in Stewart in the hospitality room. So feel free to stop in there so you can interact with them yourselves. But we had these devices, and internally we'd kicked around a lot of ideas and a lot of thoughts, but we hadn't tested that with the general public yet. So the thought was, all right, let's reach out to some potential users and get that honest feedback and see how we're doing, right? Let's see, you know, if we've nailed it right out of the gate, or like with anything, the first time that you do it, there's going to be some lessons learned. The first lesson that we learned was that the language that we use on a daily basis isn't the same as the general public, right? So we had to change some of the messaging around a little bit, but you know, it's that kind of feedback that's absolutely great. Now, after that meeting, a few of us had a sidebar, and I was chatting with Daniel, and he shared a story that, as a fellow parent, it just really it hit me in the heart. You know, hopefully he's going to share that same story again this morning. But it made an impact to the point where it changed my perspective on how I look at our designs and our projects. And by trying to keep all the users in mind of our facilities, it gives us an opportunity on each and every project to really make a positive impact on somebody's life. So that's why a lot of us got into this profession, right? You know, helping out the public, helping everybody out. And there are ways where we can have major impacts by doing small things. So with that, we'll kick it off. Luis?
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's certainly a pleasure to be here with such a talented group as we kick off today's conference. Over the years, I've certainly come to appreciate just how complex and challenging it is to build, maintain, and operate our highways and streets. Transportation is certainly the backbone of our communities, and ensuring that our system works for everyone, from drivers and pedestrians to cyclists and those with disabilities, is certainly essential. As engineers, we often focus on efficiency, safety, but we must also remember that the roads we design have a profound impact on people's lives. A truly effective transportation system is one that serves all users, whether they're driving, walking, or using mobility aids. This is especially critical in urban areas, where diverse users interact with our infrastructure daily. Today, I want to focus on one of the most important shifts in transportation design, the expectation that users with disabilities are fully considered in how we build and reconstruct our streets. With the landmark public right-of-way accessibility guidelines, this will soon be more than an expectation. It will become law. In this presentation, I want to explore with you how we got here, some of the key changes that PROWAG introduces, and the challenges these requirements present. We'll also hear insight from users themselves, particularly those supported by organizations like BOSMA Enterprises, and discuss what INDOT has done and continues to do to prepare for these changes. Ultimately, I believe this will reshape how we design intersections and urban streets to ensure they are accessible for all. So let's dive in and take a closer look at how we can continue to evolve the built environment so that it serves everyone. When you walk around an American city and you don't personally use a wheelchair, most people do not pay much attention to the small slope between the sidewalk and the street. It's just a ramp, a curb cut. They are all over the country now, just about any place you find sidewalks. But over 60 years ago, when Ed Roberts, a young man that attended Berkeley University, needed to get around in a wheelchair, he became an activist to help him and others who were enrolled, inspired by his story, have an easier time getting around campus. They acted with the assistance of their attendants. They poured concrete on about a dozen curbs around campus, and then they went to City Hall and pleaded their case and got the city council to install curb ramps around campus, and that evolved in the 1970s to a citywide program. But it all really started back in the 1945 with the first documented historical case where curb ramps were installed with returning veterans post-World War II that had been injured and became disabled. They realized that they wanted to get around the city center and pleaded their case to the city and got them to install curb ramps around the city. Interestingly, in 1945, that city conducted a study that concluded that curb ramps were helping everyone. Now, it was not until 1990, 20 years after those events of the 1970s, and a long journey of activism, that the landmark legislation, the Americans with Disabilities Act, became law, mandating reasonable accommodations for the disabled in places open to the public. These made curb ramps mandatory among many other elements of public streets and buildings. As engineers, we also often focus on the technical details of all work. Slope percentages, crosswalk treatments, signal timing. But today, I want to take a moment to step back and reflect on the broader impact of what we design. Many of the features we incorporate into our roads and buildings, features that were initially designed for people with disabilities, have ended up benefiting all of us in ways we might not even realize. This is what is called the curb cut effect. Think about it. They were originally installed to help wheelchair users navigate sidewalks, but now they're used by parents pushing strollers, cyclists, delivery workers, and even travelers while wheeling luggage across a busy intersection. What started as a necessity for accessibility has become a convenience for everyone. And what about those automatic door openers that were designed so people with mobility challenges could enter buildings independently? But how many of us have used them just because it's easier or we have our hands full? Even text-to-speech technology, which was developed to help people with visual impairments or reading difficulties, is now something we rely on. Whether it's using Siri or Alexa to get directions or having emails read aloud, I definitely don't want that, but whoever likes it, good for you. Even text-to-speech technology, which was developed, these innovations were created to enhance the independence and mobility of disabled users, but in doing so, they've made life easier for all of us. I want to briefly take you through the journey of the public right-of-way accessibility guidelines. I mean, we got to remember our history so that we understand how we got here, right? So, or PROWAG, as is better known, and how it has evolved over the last 2 decades to where we are today. It all started in 1999 when the U.S. Access Board formed the Public Right-of-Way Accessibility Advisory Committee, and that was tasked with addressing accessibility challenges in public spaces, like sidewalks, crosswalks, and curb ramps that weren't fully covered by existing guidelines. By 2001, the committee submitted its final report, which laid the groundwork for what would become PROWAG. And fast forward to 2001, they submitted their final report, which laid groundwork. And then in 2011, after years of research and revisions, the U.S. Access Board issued updated draft guidelines that address complex issues like pedestrian crossings at roundabouts and multi-lane intersections. Now, fast forward to last year, to 2023, to more than 2 decades of work, the final rule of PROWAG was published in the Federal Register. This rule now sets clear standards for curb ramps, detectable warning surfaces, accessible pedestrian signals, and much more. It's making its way through the process for adoption by the U.S. Department of Transportation, with comment period that ended this month, to be then adopted into law by the Department of Justice very soon. We don't know yet, but it's making its way, so next year is very possible. For us as engineers, that means that all new construction and alterations must comply with these standards. But I want you to think about it as it's not just compliance. It's about ensuring that our infrastructure is accessible to everyone. Now let's dive in on some of the key revisions. Corner treatments at intersections. The first major revision is focused on corner treatments at intersections, roundabouts, and mid-block crossings. At roundabouts, the new rule requires a buffer or detectable vertical edge between pedestrian paths and roadways. So the image to your left, a grass, the buffer could be something like grass or an unwalkable surface that physically separates pedestrians from the road. If a buffer isn't feasible, a vertical edge treatment, such as a fence with the image to your right, is required. Now we need more national guidance on what options would be acceptable as vertical edge treatment. And what's new is that similar requirements now apply to more traditional intersections where pedestrian crossings are not permitted. This means that all altered or newly constructed intersections, there must still be clear physical separation between the roadway and pedestrian paths to guide users to the actual crossings. This requirement poses a challenge, of course, in dense urban areas where space may or may not be available to achieve this separation. And for a visual aid, this is a roundabout multi-lane, and that grassy strips is what I mean by that separation. 24 inches minimum width to guide pedestrians to the actual crossing at a roundabout, and similarly at traditional intersections. The second major revision focuses on crossing treatments at the multi-lane roundabouts and channelized turn lanes. Multi-lane roundabouts and channelized turn lanes must include one of the following: raised crosswalks, which slow down vehicles and enhance visibility of the crosswalk, right? Rectangular rapidly flashing beacons, for those that know what that is, it uses flashing lights to alert drivers when pedestrians activated by pushing a button. The pedestrian high-rear beacon stops traffic when activated by a pedestrian, providing a higher level of control and safety, and ultimately a traffic signal, which is the highest level of control. INDOT is certainly developing guidance for what to consider, but in most cases, we will likely be installing a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Now, at this point and moving forward, consult with your district traffic engineer for guidance on what to design in your intersection project. The audible pedestrian push buttons, we all have them. They're very common in Indiana and throughout the country, but they have to provide audible and vibrotactile walk indicators to assist visually impaired pedestrians. Now, there's a challenge now with the new rule that the indication for the all flash mode is required, and that's not yet available technology with the existing buttons in the market that we're aware of. The locator tone must remain active during the all flash mode operation. For those that don't know, is when the signal goes all red in Indiana. For various reasons, it has to emit a tone to be found and a speech message that communicates that the signal is in flash mode. So that's not available in the marketplace, and the changes to our cabinet and what we would have to do to make that possible have yet not been determined. Another change in a pedestrian detour, not only does the route needs to be detectable, if not following an existing path, but we have to implement audible devices that tell a pedestrian who is blind what action to take to follow the detour. However, there are several challenges associated with implementing these devices. The market for those proximity-actuated devices is still relatively new, and there are limited options available that meet the necessary standards for reliability and effectiveness. Early trials that we've performed with users and in active work zones have shown that some devices struggle with detection reliability, meaning they may not always activate when needed or provide clear information. Also, there's no formal guidance on what the audible message should say or how they should be structured to ensure clarity and effectiveness. INDOT and other agencies are actively working on developing this guidance. While we're still working through some of these challenges, proximity-actuated audible signs represent a significant step forward in making our infrastructure more accessible for all users. We have a demonstration, as has been mentioned, of these devices, particularly the one towards the middle, the little white one with the orange center. That's one of the devices we have been testing and the other device is the yellow one. They both go on top of a skinny yellow cone to detect somebody approaching and provide a message of what to do. When you would traditionally just have a detour sign with an arrow pointing or where to go, now you have to express that in an audible message. Now, lessons learned with users from BOSMA. As mentioned, BOSMA is an organization whose mission is to create opportunities for people who are blind or visually impaired. And by sitting down with their staff and the people that they train and conducting live trials in the field around their offices to experience, so the users can experience them and interact with them and provide feedback, we've learned that users prefer shorter messages with simple directions, like turn left or turn right, not directions like go north or south. I don't even know where north is sometimes, so I don't blame them. Repetition and understanding. Many needed to listen to the message more than once to fully understand the instructions, highlighting the need for clear and concise messaging. There are applications where you don't have to use a human voice, and which is more like a Siri voice or something like that to achieve that as well. There's only a fear of the unknown. This is not something that has been provided before for these users and potential users, right? In a work zone, which is a very complex environment, even for people that have all abilities to navigate. They expressed concerns about not knowing if they would continue receiving feedback throughout the detour, causing anxiety about navigating safely. Device reliability and sound, as I mentioned, there's detection reliability of the audible devices is a concern. You know, you don't have the perfect angle always. People come from all directions, so depending on the situation in that unique work zone scenario, detection can be a concern. Sound may not be loud and clear enough to be heard in various environments. Construction zones can be loud, urban areas can be loud, so it creates a situation. And there's batteries involved. Batteries need to be monitored and charged, likely weekly or more often depending on how much it is activated. Now let's hear from Jared and Daniel from BOSMA as they share more about their organization and how they work to achieve their mission.
Thank you, Luis. So as Luis mentioned, our mission is to create opportunities for people who are blind and visually impaired, but our vision is also equality for people who are blind and visually impaired. And so that's essentially what he has been talking about here today with construction zones. And so before we talk a little more about that, I just want to give you a little rundown on what we do at BOSMA Enterprises. So BOSMA Enterprises is a nonprofit in the state of Indiana. And essentially, our goal, just like our mission, is to provide opportunities, whether that's employment or training to seek employment, for individuals who are blind and visually impaired in the state of Indiana. And that is every single county, especially in Indianapolis. So we kind of have three different legs at BOSMA, where we have BOSMA Enterprises, which packages and ships medical equipment, in particular exam gloves, surgical kits, those types of things, and IceMel as well, to VA hospitals mainly across the nation. And the money that we make from doing that, as we are a nonprofit, goes back into our programs to serve other individuals who are blind and visually impaired. So that leg of BOSMA is our programs and services, which is comprised of our Center for Visionary Solutions, which is based in Indianapolis, Indiana, on the northwest side in Park 100, but also serving other people in the community. It could be in Lafayette, it could be when we're on campus, college students going to Purdue, IU, wherever it may be, We workplaces across the state, or even just in their home, to remain in their home as they are aging in place, or to be a homemaker while their spouse works in the community. So the last leg is our Visionary Foundation, which is essentially the fundraising arm of BOSMA that raises funds for our programs and our services to continue to provide services for those who are blind and visually impaired in the state of Indiana without any cost to them. So our programs, as I mentioned, sort of community-based, center-based, and then we also have an employment services arm. So with our community-based, a lot of the clients, we serve over 400 seniors in our community each year throughout the state of Indiana, and it's mainly helping them learn how to read their mail, manage their medications, get around their home safely, and do everything they need to be able to do to live independently in their home. On top of serving our seniors in the community, it may be providing orientational mobility training, learning how to take the bus to get to work, or take the bus to get to class, or just get around campus to learn the new community that they have moved to, regardless of where they are at. And so we provide that, but we also provide a comprehensive program in Indianapolis at our rehab center. And we essentially touch on all of those things that I just mentioned, as well as some like manual skills, managing their thermostat and home environment, fixing faucets, those types of things, teaching them Braille, teaching them technology, how to use your computer, how to use your phone. Louise mentioned Siri and navigation and all of those types of things, but how do you cross streets safely, right? How do you get to work? How do you get to school, or even to your kids' school to pick them up at the end of the day and walk them back home with you? So those are things that we teach in the comprehensive training program. And a part of that is this overall goal, just like anyone else and all of you that are attending Purdue, is to get into a career, to achieve a job, to be able to be a productive citizen, right? And so we push our clients coming through our comprehensive program. All of them have some sort of vocational goal to go back to school to gain a career, or just to re-enter the workforce. We have people who come to us that were lawyers before they lost their sight, or was a nurse and they lost their sight. Whether it be due to trauma or some sort of inherited disease, we work with them to regain that confidence and re-enter the workforce or higher education to achieve the goals that they have for themselves and offer independence for them and their families. The other part related to that is our employment services team, which they are incorporated in our center comprehensive program, and we are the sole provider of comprehensive training in the state of Indiana at our center in Indianapolis. But they work with our clients as we come through our comprehensive program to talk to them about going back to work, what are their interests, what are their capabilities, encouraging them on that path, as well as help them, whether they've received training with us or not. If somebody has lost vision and they want to go back to work, helping them seek out opportunities and make those applications and practice those interview skills to really research the industry they want to get into and get them back into the workforce like they want to be. Now, a little couple quick facts. A recent report from Vision Serve Alliance and out of the Ohio State University found that about 12.5 million individuals over 40 in the United States are experiencing some form of vision loss. And we fully expect that those individuals with vision loss in the United States is going to double, more than double, by 2050. So this need of accessibility, not just in construction zones, but in every aspect of everyday life, are essential to these individuals that are experiencing it now and those individuals that are going to experience it in the future, especially considering that we expect that number to more than double. So we thank you all for the work that you're doing and considering this information being provided today. And with that, I'll hand it over to Daniel.
So when we hear the term blind, most people think lights out, total darkness, and really blindness is on a spectrum. So those that are totally blind only make a very small portion of the blindness community. If we think about blindness, the legal definition to be legally blind is a visual acuity of 20 over 200 or a visual field deficiency of 20 degrees or less. So what that means is what the typical 20/20 seeing person would see at 200 feet away, the person with the visual impairment sees that at 20 feet away. The field of loss could be a central vision loss where they're only seeing that 20 degrees or less through the peripheral vision, or it could be a loss of peripheral vision and they're only seeing it through the central. So almost think about looking through a coffee straw. You know, some might start as, nice fat McDonald's straw, and they eventually work down to something really small like just a coffee stirrer. So when you think about blindness, there's gonna be different ideas and different adaptabilities for the different levels of blindness. Somebody who is considered low vision, who has 20/70 vision, which is much higher than those that are 2200, they might do more with higher contrast. That might be more helpful for them, as they might not be able, they can sometimes read regular print or typical signage, but if there's not good contrast, they're not able to read that. For those who have less vision, it might be having auditory, tactile, environmental cues, such as those barriers that Luis was just talking about between the sidewalk and the moving traffic. So we really want to emphasize for people to understand that blindness is not one cookie cutter type thing, but it's a spectrum, and it's a spectrum that is experienced on an individual basis. So someone who's been totally blind, two people that have been totally blind their whole lives, have had different experiences, have had different types of training that have shaped who they are as an individual at that level of life, and they might react totally differently. I might have one client that walks up to one of these devices that Luis was talking about, hear the directions, boom, they got it. They can go ahead and follow that detour around. Another client with the same vision level might walk up, but they're not as adjusted to their blindness. They might not understand the information as well. They might not be as good as using their cane or whatever it might be, or understanding the low vision techniques that are useful. So being able to realize that why there's a variety of options, whether it be like, oh, it talks, why does it have to flash? Or it talks, and why does it have to vibrate? Well, for those that are deafblind, they're not able to hear the talking, but those buttons that you can press at the intersections also vibrate to let the deafblind person know it's safe to cross the street. So there's a very wide spectrum. It gets into the training being so important. So there's different devices that people will use. We have the long white cane, we have guide dogs, people using low vision techniques, using monoculars, contrast, using glare shields and different filters to help filter the light through to help them maximize the vision they do have. And so all these different devices, all these mobility aids should be taken into consideration when designing accessible transportation for those to make sure that those that are using their vision can use it at the highest level possible, but those who are doing it completely non-visually also have that access through tactile or auditory information. Training is what it really comes down to is we can have all these great devices, we can have all the engineering done to make the intersections as accessible as possible, but it comes down to professionals like Jared and myself to teach blind people how to use the information that they can gather from the environment to make safe street crossings with an educated decision. So as a parent and as a blind person, I was telling the story to Greg about when Broad Ripple down in Indianapolis was under construction about a year and a half ago, and they diverted you from being on the sidewalk down a ramp into the road, and the road was shut down, but there was no indicator saying the road was shut down. It was just that was the only way to go, was to the road. Once you got into the road was surrounded by chain link fences, and there was no indicator, nothing tactile, auditory, nobody out there directing the pedestrians on where to go as you're out in the middle of the street, walking now down Broad Ripple Avenue. When I travel, I usually have my kids in a wagon. It's easier to pull them around that way. I can't push a stroller without using it as a bumper car. So as I'm pulling the wagon around, I'm looking for the wheelchair ramps. I'm looking for the different accessibility points. And thankfully, I've been able to receive really good training. I've had great opportunities to have the training where I got at the Colorado Center. I was able to get great training through my master's program at Louisiana Tech, and also through working with my coworkers like Jared, just observing them as they teach and picking up on different tips and tricks on how to safely navigate different environments. That's a lot of privilege that I have going into this situation of taking my kids into an unknown area where you have construction going on everywhere around us and trying to ensure not just my safety, but also the safety of my children as I'm traveling through there. Now, since I have that training, I'm able to follow along and eventually problem solve and figure out and hopefully get my son to stop asking, where are we going? Why are we going this way? What's over there? Why are we in the street? Where's the sidewalk? What's that piece of equipment called? And I have to deal with all those questions while also figuring out a problem that I have no clue what the answer is to, but I can't show that to my son. I have to present as very confident, very able, because I don't want him to worry or think that he has to make those decisions for me. So having an accessible device that's going to say, detour into the street, continue down the street, ramp will be on the left-hand side. It gives you that opportunity to be able to know what information you need to get down to the other end and navigate that detour. On a day like today, it's snowing, it's cold, it's windy. It's not a fun day to be a pedestrian. Blind people don't have the option to just say, well, I'm going to drive into work today instead of walking. We might have to just get up and walk, and if there's a construction site, we teach clients, to hear it ahead of you, and then you have to make a decision. Well, that might be a decision that takes you 4, 5, 6 blocks off your normal path. That's added an extra 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes, depending on the person, to their commute that day. So on a day like today, you've now taken maybe what could be a 15-minute walk to work to 45 minutes out there in the cold and the wet. Also, with those who have mobility issues, such as balance, those who are wheelchair users that are also blind, not knowing, is there going to be an accessible point of a wheelchair ramp along this way? If I follow this, if I take this route I know because it has the ramps, does this other alternative route that I'm trying to figure out on my own, does that have the accessibility that I need to still get to where I want to go? So all these things are very important, and collaboratively we need to work together to make sure that we as instructors are able to teach the accessibility that is being designed into the process, but also for us to be able to communicate and say what is working, what's not working, so we can ensure that design is the most accessible as possible.
Well, that certainly puts it in perspective, I hope. We often talk about these things and not get to hear from the people that we design for. And this is one of those days that you get a personal story about why it's important for us to make it happen effectively and think about all users when we're working in what we do. I want to mention the INDOT Technical Advisory Committee. Its purpose is provide guidance and resolve challenges related to the implementation of accessibility standards. They assist when achieving compliance is not feasible due to site constraints or other challenges in project design and construction. If you need support, there's the ada@ndot.in.gov email where you can submit questions or request a meeting to talk about your design. Herbert Davis is our ADA review engineer, and the other members of the team. They can assist you, and they meet regularly to talk through these issues that are submitted to them for consideration. District traffic engineers, I have to certainly mention that they're your first line of support. I was the Greenfield District Traffic Engineer for 8 years, so I know all about this. And please seek guidance from them to address these issues. And if you need further assistance and they can't help, certainly the ADA is your next, and they will refer you to them if they can't assist. No. It's almost time. Quickly, so understanding maximum extent feasible, very important. There are certainly situations where we can't design to the standards that we are required to design. So it allows flexibility when full compliance with the accessible standards is technically or physically infeasible. So when we can't meet program requirements, in these cases, we're still required to provide accessibility features to the greatest extent feasible given the project limitations. We're certainly leading the way right now. You know, the history of including ADA design in our standards goes pre-2010s, and it's evolved over the years. 2016, instead of designing by numbers and try to fit a pre-designed curb ramp like a puzzle into a corner. We realized that the built environment doesn't work that way, so the ramps are now designed for the specific location they are being placed. And then ProWalk released last year. We're reacting as quickly as we can to prepare for these changes. A deadline that you need to know is July 1st, 2028, project sledding. From that date on, are required to meet all elements of ProWalk, specifically those elements that I mentioned before, are highlighted. Those elements are very difficult, and there's a lot of still things to work out, so those are the elements that were delayed. We're updating the design manual, standard drawings to fully integrate ProWalk guidelines, ensuring compliance in permanent and temporary infrastructure. Accessibility in construction, like was mentioned, is important. So there's certainly challenges to the devices, challenging in construction zones. It's difficult to accommodate, but we have to do the best we can to design to provide full accessibility for all. And it will continue to evolve as devices and techniques are in the marketplace. What's next? Stay informed and prepared. Engineers need to become familiar with ProWalk requirements, as it will soon be mandatory for all projects. We're leading the way ahead of the curve, offering training and issuing guidance. The July 1st, 2028 deadline letting is key for ProWalk compliance, so keep that in mind for your projects. Seek guidance, reach out to the TAC, your district traffic engineers for support and clarification as you implement these new standards. And let's continue to learn, adapt, and ensure we're building an accessible future for everyone. Thank you and have a great conference.
Yes, thank you, Bosma and NDOT, for being here and educating us on this important topic as it relates to not only how we design and construct, but also, how we take care of each other in construction zones. So just want to say I encourage you all to stop by Stewart 218, the hospitality rooms. They'll have those audible devices set up so you can interact with them directly. And then technical sessions across the way in Stewart Hall, and we will reconvene here at 11:30 for lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, or actually good morning still. If you want to find a seat and you can go ahead and begin with your meal, we'll just have a slideshow here for about the first 10 minutes while you're beginning to eat, and then we'll start our lunch program. So if you want to find a seat, plenty of room up here in the front as well, and we'll get started here in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you all are enjoying your meal, and please continue to do so as we start our lunch program. But we have a lot to get through, so don't want to delay too much. If you weren't here in the opening session, I'm Jennifer Sharkey. I serve as the lead research engineer for Indiana LTAP here at Purdue. And I also serve as your Region 4 ASCE governor. So I'd like to welcome you to our 39th annual CEPDS event. And we have some very special guests that I will not delay in getting introduced here. So to kick off our lunch program, I'd like to welcome John Davis. He is a traffic engineer with the city of Des Moines, Iowa. And he has a very special presentation to one of our very own. So please welcome John to the stage.
Well, let's see, what time is it? It's almost good afternoon, so I'll go with that. I'm John Davis, and I am the 2024 ITE International President, as well as being the city traffic engineer for Des Moines, Iowa. But I'm also a proud Purdue University graduate. But before I begin, I want to take a moment to introduce you a little bit to ITE before our presentation. The Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, was founded in 1930 as a community of transportation professionals dedicated to safe roads and efficient mobility for all users. Our network of over 18,000 members spans 78 countries. Policymakers, engineers, planners, educators, technologists, and researchers are all part of that community of transportation professionals working together to advance transportation. Honorary membership is the highest recognition awarded by ITE for outstanding professional achievement. Since 1933, only 94 individuals have received this honor. Today, we are privileged to welcome our newest member, Dr. Kumaris Sinha, to this distinguished group. I'd also like to acknowledge a previous honoree with us today, Marcia Anderson Bomar, our 81st honorary member and also a past president of ITE International. At our annual meeting in Philadelphia this past July, 3 individuals were formally inducted as honorary members: Bruce Belmore from Canada, Daleen Whitlock from California, and Dr. Kumaris Sinha from Indiana. Dr. Sinha, however, was unable to attend, so we are delighted to honor him here today. But to give you a sense of this achievement for Dr. Sinha, I want to provide a Purdue perspective on this. There is an esteemed list of honorary members with Purdue connections. They include Andre Abraham A.A. Potter, former Dean of the Engineering and interim president of Purdue. This should be a name that's familiar to all of those of us who are Purdue alum. Just as a matter of trivia, he was interim president between Edward C. Elliott and Frederick Hovde. So you might say that the breezeway, or the walkway between Hovde Hall and the Hall of Music, should be named after Dean Potter. Harold Michael, Purdue graduate and former head of the Civil Engineering School. James Kell, Purdue graduate and president of JHK and Associates. Adolph May, Purdue graduate and professor emeritus at the University of California, Berkeley. Herman Hoos, Purdue graduate student and was one of the first city traffic engineers for Charlotte, North Carolina. And then Larry Dondeville, Purdue graduate and executive vice president and director of Duluth Cather International. Just as a note, Professor Michael, Jim Kell, Dr. May, Herman Hoos, and Larry Dondeville we're all here in the early 50s. So the class of 50, class of 51, right after World War II, there was a lot of outstanding individuals that were on campus that have made a tremendous impact to transportation over the years. And now we add Dr. Kumaris Sinha to this remarkable list. Dr. Sinha is the Edgar B. and Hedwig M. Olson Distinguished Professor of Civil Engineering at Purdue. Over 5 decades, he has made significant contributions to transportation research, traffic safety, infrastructure management, and innovative teaching. From his work as head of Transportation Systems Engineering to his leadership with Purdue's Joint Transportation Research Program, Dr. Sinha's influence has reached beyond the U.S., supporting the World Bank, projects in countries including Bangladesh, Nepal, and China. He has also been recognized as a distinguished member of ASCE and was the 2023 recipient of ASCE's Outstanding Projects and Leaders, or OPAL Award, for his achievements in civil engineering education. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Kumaris Sinha on his well-deserved recognition.
Can I say a few words?
You can have a time for rebuttal.
Okay. You may have already heard this, something I'm going to say. We had one gentleman years ago, Robert Herdman. I don't know whether you have heard of him or not. He was a very well-known physicist. As a matter of fact, he was a student in the group that discovered this Big Bang theory. He should have got Nobel Prize. He didn't, but he became a traffic or transportation scientist and worked for General Motors. He got a lot of accolades in his life. Towards the end of his life, in such occasions, when he was being honored, he used to say, if you live long enough, even good things can happen to you. I'm an octogenarian. I feel the same way. Good thing has happened to me. I am joining an illustrious group of people that you saw from Purdue. So while I'm honored, I'm also humbled. Harold Michael, you heard of him. He was my mentor. I used to look up to him, and he's not here today. I wish he was here. He hired me at Purdue, so I accept this honor in honor of Harold Michael, in memory of him. So thank you very much. You are all civil engineers. We are all civil engineers, and you do not know how important in this profession. It's not just making a living, a spiritual thing. You are serving humanity. And particularly those who are young today, such a wonderful opportunity you have to contribute with all the technologies that are coming up. You will be the users and you will be the applicators of those technologies to make our life better. So I thank you again, IT, and my good friend, Marcia Anderson-Bomer. She's not only ASC president-elect, but she was also president of IT and an honorary member of IT. And John Davis was my student, and there was another student who became president of IT, Kenneth Voigt. When I was on Marquette, I taught at Marquette for 6 years before I came to Purdue. Kenneth Voigt was a student in Milwaukee. So I take a lot of pride that my association with both ASC and IT. I thank you very much.
What a wonderful honor for Dr. Sinha, as well as for us here today to have two of those distinguished members with us. So I encourage you to network with them after lunch and throughout the conference here today. But now I would like to welcome back our Purdue ASCE student president, Kyle Gipp, who will introduce our keynote speaker. So let's welcome Kyle.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kyle Gipp, ASC, Purdue ASC president. I'm also Sustainable Solutions team captain. I don't know how often you guys know about the competition teams, but today I'm here to introduce Marsha Anderson Bomar, who is currently the Interior Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation. Previously, she served as Assistant General Manager of the Metropolitan Atlanta Regional Transit Authority for the Capital Program Delivery. Her expertise spans transportation planning, traffic engineering, land development, transit operations, and capital programs. She is passionate about incorporating sustainability principles in projects and meeting at the intersections of community, transportation, and sustainability. Ms. Anderson Bomar has served as an elected official, council member, and mayor pro tempore for the city of Duluth, Georgia, and works to encourage others with strong technical backgrounds to consider serving. Marsha is also featured as an extraordinary woman engineer in the ASC publication entitled Changing Our World, True Stories of Women in Engineering, and has served as president of the ASC Transportation and Development Institution, and as an international board member. Currently, she serves as the ASC treasurer. Please welcome Marsha.
Let's see what I can do here. Let's see, we can do panorama. All right, you're the most important one. Camera yelled at me. Here we go. Everybody smile. Here we go. I'm going to get you all. This is going to be really interesting on LinkedIn. All right, got you all. Outstanding. We'll see how well I did. I don't know. I may have. Take a oh yeah, we need. Thank you. My photography advisor, Hardy Shaw. Ready, everybody? Here we go. All right. Ready? Set. There you go. There we go. All right, I'm going to challenge all of you to find yourself. Do we have my slide? There we go. All right. Well, good afternoon, and I'm really honored to be here today. There are a number of friends in the audience, and I'm thrilled to see my old and dear friends, but I'm also really excited to make many new ones, and really appreciate the hospitality. I want to take you on a really quick adventure through the activities of some of the activities of ASCE, because I think sometimes, even as active members of the organization, we don't know about all of the things that are going on because there is so much happening. So one of the things that I really want to drive home to all of you is how important you are and how incredibly important the work that you do is. You know, most people don't ever think about civil works until something goes wrong. You know, water main breaks or there's a pothole somewhere, and then people wonder, well, who's in charge, who's responsible? But we touch lives and make lives better every day, and there's a little bit of joy in the fact that we make their lives better and they don't even know that we're there doing it. But I think it's really important that we tell our story loud and proud, because civil engineers are so important to the world. I want to tell you about, I'm going to tell you a little bit about this project and just show you some examples of other really great projects that were led by civil engineers. So one of the reasons I love this Highline project, this is in New York City where I grew up, and when I was a child, this was an elevated railroad, and it went between the packing district, the meat packing district of New York City, to Hudson Yards, the rail yards where the meat was distributed to other parts of the country. And then, of course, as New York continued to grow, and they no longer needed, they no longer could afford to keep the meatpacking district there, the rail line was abandoned. And at one point in time, the city was looking at spending millions and millions and millions of dollars deconstructing this elevated railroad. And the community said, don't do it. There's got to be something better that we can do with the rail line and with our money. And so community groups got together and they talked and they talked and they talked. And what they ended up doing was transforming this into a magnificent pedestrian trail that goes from one of the lovely communities in downtown Manhattan over to Hudson Yards. Well, the project in and of itself is wonderful, but what it did was it stimulated economic development all along its way. And at Hudson Yards, the New York City Transit Authority even built a new train station, which is absolutely beautiful. All right, I'm going to ask a trivia question. How many of you know what a funicular is? Anybody in the audience? Oh, good, I see a bunch of hands. So the train station at Hudson Yards is so deep in the ground that they can't use a regular elevator to get you out. So they have a funicular, which is an elevator that kind of runs, the bottom of it is parallel to the ground, but it runs up on a diagonal track. It's really interesting. So as civil engineers, I've just given you an opportunity for a field trip. There you go. You know, we work on very important projects. There are many people working in environment and water resources in our group. We work on really big projects, transformative projects. Many of our projects now are both LEED certified as well as Envision certified. And for those of you who are not familiar, Envision is a rating tool for horizontal infrastructure that helps you and guides you to make it the most sustainable that you can as you follow the guiding principles of that rating tool. We all know that we have challenges. I suspect that you've had your share of inclement weather. I don't know that you've had some of the same conditions that we've seen on the news, but you know, there was just a, what do they call it, a weather bomb in the Seattle area. There have been wildfires in California. There have been floods. There have been so many natural disasters. And it's people like us who put our minds together, put our talents together, and come up with solutions. And we're all working really hard, not just to solve today's problems, but the infrastructure that we design, the infrastructure that we build and maintain often lasts 50 to 100 years. So we have to be really smart and creative in our solution development so that the solutions make sense not just today, but in response to things like the changing climate, the changing conditions, and what we expect in the future world. And we're going to talk about the future in a little bit. So one of ASCE's greatest joys as an organization is helping all of its members be future ready. That means a lot of different things to us, but it starts with student members and providing opportunities for student members to start their connection with the larger community of civil engineers and to grow into the best professionals that they can be. It means a lot of other things that we'll talk about along the way. But one of the things ASCE did several years ago was develop software called Future World Vision, and go back one. Future World Vision is a platform. How many of you are video gamers? Honest, come on, hands up, there you go. So those of you who have your hands up, you have computers that are robust enough to run the software called Future World Vision. You can Google it, you can get to it on the ASCE website. You can download it and you can play with it. It's actually being used as a teaching tool in almost 60 colleges and universities around the United States and the world. And what it does is it allows you to take a look at what the world one possibility of what the world could look like 50 years from now. and travel around in it and leave little comments about what you think is right about it or what you might do differently. It's a very interesting tool. A couple of years ago, we stood up a new strategic plan. I don't know how many of you have been involved in strategic planning efforts, but when I first joined the board of ASCE many years ago, we did a strategic planning exercise. And I have to tell you, the intention was good, but a strategic plan that is 30 pages long and has 50 KPIs is not a productive strategic plan. Nobody knows what's in it. Nobody, really dives into it. So we have a strategic plan that's basically summarized on one sheet of paper. And I encourage you to read it and understand it and ask questions if you have them. But it's really focused on our responsibilities to society, our responsibilities to each other, and ASCE's responsibilities to our members. And so one of the things that is really important to do, and I served for 2 years before I was elected to this office, I served for 2 years as treasurer of ASCE, and I have always had held the position that where you spend your money is where you have your priorities. So it was very important to me that as treasurer, as leader of the Program and Finance Committee, that as an organization we do a deep dive into how we are allocating our resources, how we're spending our money, to make sure that those expenditures aligned well with the strategic plan. So there's been a pivot and more focus on students and young members and having events and content that is relevant and meaningful. We also have several task forces that are looking at things like how we teach civil engineering. Many of the programs teach civil engineering the way they've done for decades. Well, as Dr. Sinha said, technology is out there. A lot has changed in the world around us. And the civil engineering that I studied is not necessarily the civil engineering coursework and style that you need to be teaching and studying now. For example, and I'm sure a lot of people in this room won't even know what I'm talking about, but my first job as a student in college was typing the 80-column computer cards on a key punch machine. Okay, so there was no internet, there were no computers as we know them today. So it's really important that we really look long and hard at what we're teaching and how we're teaching it to make sure that the program is delivering these future-ready civil engineers to be very successful in their careers. We also had a group, it was actually a group of young members who came along and said, the Code of Ethics says a lot of really great stuff, but it's really kind of written in a way that is pretty dull and boring and isn't very appealing for people to take the time to study. And so they took the principles of that Code of Ethics and they brought back to the board a new and, I believe, improved version of the Code of Ethics. And it not only gives you guiding principles, but it also gives you the priority of how you should be making decisions about your best contribution and your best behavior as a civil engineer. So I encourage everybody, if you aren't familiar with it, please go ahead and pull it. It's a quick read, but it's a really important read to understand your responsibilities and your privileges as an engineering professional. ASCE as an organization has made some improvements in terms of being a more inclusive organization. We had our first woman serve as president about 20 years ago. There have since been several more. I'm very honored to be in that little club, if you will. But ASCE is an organization for all people. And so whether it's serving in a leadership position, whether it's being on a committee, being active, coming to conferences, we need to be very mindful to build the content, to use the language, even the pictures that we put. There was a time when all the pictures on our website were all young or old white men and almost all wearing safety vests and hard hats. And that really doesn't describe all of us. So we are being very intentional. We're doing a lot of training of both staff and volunteers to make sure that we are intentional as we work hard to become that most inclusive organization. There is a movement that is being discussed now to change one group of our membership grades. Right now we have 3 different grades, affiliate, associate, and member, that all pay the same dues, that all have the same privileges, but we call them different things. And for our computer systems to deal with that, we spend a lot of money every year coping with that. And there's really no reason to have that distinction because we all participate together in this organization. So the board will vote in January to determine if it will be on the ballot during the next election cycle. I expect it will. And so I encourage you to read about it and understand what we're looking to accomplish. But it is a way, again, to be a more inclusive organization, to not slice and dice our membership into little buckets, but rather to acknowledge that we are all dedicated members of this very important organization. Megacity is the Future World Vision platform that I mentioned earlier, and you can download it at futureworldvision.org. Let's see. Oh, I'm not going to show the video. It's too long. But one of the if you're interested, I can always post the video for you to watch, but it's a lot of the people who've been involved in the development of Future World Vision talking about the whys and wherefores of it. I have another video that I want to show you that's much more interesting. But ASCE has really taken a position of doing the things that we do to help you matter more. And the example I gave at the beginning, that most people don't even know we exist until there's some kind of crisis or urgent situation. We want the public to know and understand and appreciate what we do. And so some of our efforts are internal and some of our efforts are external. We do a lot of advocacy work at both the federal level and the state level to help everybody understand the value of civil engineers. Helping you succeed, the knowledge base has grown exponentially, certainly since I was in school. And we're working very hard to find ways to help communicate and educate and enhance your knowledge. Because once you graduate from school, the learning doesn't stop. In fact, I just graduated in May because I love being a lifelong learner. And so I will always be striving to learn something new, and ASC is working hard at every level of your career to provide opportunities for you to continue that learning. We have a certification board, and historically that has really been focused on the most senior among us, the most experienced among us. But we also see a need and an opportunity for people earlier in their careers to attain certifications because they want to demonstrate some expertise in a particular part of their career path or in their area of expertise. And so we have revamped our entire certification program. We're gradually rolling out new opportunities for those certifications. Everything is going to be test-based now, where before it was interview-based, which was not a great way to run a certification program. So we're again, trying to be a great resource for you so that you can not only continue your learning, but you can also have something tangible to demonstrate that continued knowledge. We have a lot of programs for leaders, including some really strong programs for our young leaders. So I want to encourage, and I spoke to some of the students this morning, I want to encourage anybody in here who has a .edu email address as your official email address Collaborate and in your ASC membership, to go ahead and put a different email address in there, something that won't expire, because unfortunately a lot of students graduate, their .edu email addresses go away and we lose contact with you. And we don't want to do that. We want to stay in contact and make sure that you're getting what you need as you progress in your career. So I urge you to go in and change that email address so that once you graduate, you automatically become a full member your first year after graduation, and we really sincerely want to stay in touch with you for the rest of your career. We have a wonderful publication. Some of you may already subscribe. It's a daily newsletter. What's really interesting about it, this is our first toe in the water using AI, but the beauty of the source is as you read it and you click on articles of interest to you, over time it curates articles that are going to be of more interest to you. For example, I'm in transportation, so obviously I'm going to click on more of those kinds of articles. Maybe I'm not as in-depth in structures. I know many of you are structural engineers. I appreciate structural engineers, but that's not my area of expertise. So I'd rather get more articles that have to do with my area. So it's really a wonderful resource. It has some really good information, kind of what's happening in the world now in civil engineering. We're all about sustainability, which has been mentioned a number of times. We are one of the 3 partners with the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure. It's ASCE, APWA, and the American Council for Engineering Companies, ACEC, along with the Zofnass Institute for Sustainability out of Harvard that created the Envision rating tool. And many of us use it to help drive our projects to be more sustainable. If you're not familiar with it, I hope you'll take a look at some of the principles of it, and hopefully some of you will engage and be interested in becoming Envision certified. So we had a report card in 2021. I hope most of you are familiar with the ASCE report cards. In March of 2025, we'll be releasing our brand new report card. So we're very excited. That's always a big year for ASCE. And for those of you who may not be aware, if you had the time and patience to go through the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, its official name is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA. There are 60 different references to the ASCE report card in that document. So when we say it's important to advocate, when we say that it's important for us to be talking to the lawmakers about how important infrastructure is, we take it very seriously. And clearly we have built credibility with the elected officials that they responded by this historic level of investment in infrastructure. I was talking to a group day before yesterday, and as you know, I realized that the last time there was this much money being invested in infrastructure was before I was born, and that's a very long time ago. It was the building of the interstate highway system. That was the last time that the public got behind infrastructure to that scale until the IIJA and the other associated acts. So expect some new grades. I don't know what they are yet. We're not privy to those grades until they've been tested and proven to be accurate. But this is former president of ASCE, Dennis Truax, who was at the ceremony where they released the last report card. This is the thing I'm really excited about, Cities of the Future. How many of you have heard about Cities of the Future? A few of you, great, great. I don't know if it's playing in a theater here yet, but if not, you need to bring it to an IMAX theater near you. So about 6 or 7 years ago, ASCE invested in the movie Dream Big. It was also an IMAX movie, and I hope many of you have seen that one. I think it's still on Netflix if you haven't, or I have a DVD. Get in touch with me and I'll mail you a DVD copy of it, if you know what a DVD is or have a DVD player. Of several years ago, kind of building off of the discussions we had about Future World Vision, ASCE decided to make another investment in a new movie. And this movie is really painting that picture, not just for us internally in the civil engineering world, but to spread it out to the world as a whole. That's why it's an IMAX movie that is showing in science museums and other IMAX theaters around the country. to really help people understand a couple of important things. One is how important civil engineers are in their day-to-day lives, but also hopefully to spark in many young people the burning desire to be part of our family, part of our community of civil engineers. So if this works, we'll have a chance to see. Yeah, I hope this is going to work. Let's see.
Imagine a world where life on Earth is totally sustainable. Solar energy powers entire cities. Flying cars travel on highways in the sky. This isn't science fiction. The creators of Dream Big invite you on a journey into the future, where today's engineers are designing solutions that will change the way we live forever. From electric flying taxis and aerial highways, to greener buildings and infrastructure, to solar energy captured in space that will provide clean energy 24 hours a day. Welcome to the future. Discover a new vision of hope for the world. And see tomorrow as our greatest opportunity. Cities of the Future. A film for IMAX and giant screen theaters.
And the narrator is, according to People magazine, the sexiest man alive. So we're really excited to bring this movie to everybody. And the people you saw in the movie, the grown-ups in the movie, not the children, are all ASCE members, actual members of our organization. It's a wonderful movie. I hope you'll take your friends and loved ones to see it so they all appreciate what you do, and encourage your neighbors and all the kids you know to go see it and be inspired. The way I hope you are every day. I hope you realize how important you are, how the work you do is so important, and I'm just honored to have had the chance to spend some time with you. So thank you very much.
So let's give another round of applause for that informative and inspiring presentation. So at this time, I'd like to invite our Indiana section of the American Society of Civil Engineers officer-elects to be with me on stage. So we have past President John Hasse, if you want to come on up here. President Jeremy Elred, he was not able to make it today. He sends his regards to the membership here. But we also have President-elect James Stradup, Secretary Andy Gebhard, Treasurer Wyatt Huber, and then we also have Director 1, K. Todd Beeling. So if you join up here, and Marshall will have the honor of installing our Indiana section ASCE officers.
Now pay attention, because the rest of you have a part to play in this too. You ready, guys? Okay. I know I like to joke around a lot, but this is a really serious moment, so I'll get serious. Okay. Election to a position of leadership in a volunteer organization is an honor and a unique responsibility. Your fellow members, in electing each of you to your respective offices, have given you their trust. They have expressed confidence that you will be able to discharge your various duties with effectiveness and distinction. As officers of the Indiana section of the American Society of Civil Engineers, you will represent your membership to the citizens of this geographic area. As a civil engineer, you have dedicated your professional and technical knowledge to the advancement and betterment of society. You have pledged to do your best to participate at the highest ethical standards of professional engineering conduct and to serve the public above all other considerations. Do you pledge to uphold the governing documents of the American Society of Civil Engineers and those of this section? And do you, in the presence of your fellow members, pledge yourself faithfully to discharge the duties of the office to which you have been elected? If so, please say, I do. And now will all the members of ASCE in the audience please stand? Even you in the back, come on, come on. I want all my ASCE members to stand up, please. Thank you. Okay, you have heard the pledge of your officers-elect. Unless they have your wholehearted support, they will not be able to fulfill their pledges so faithfully given. Do you, therefore, promise to support your officers as they guide the section through the coming year? Will you assist them when you are called upon to help in undertaking the very activities that they plan? Will you encourage and advise them and refrain from unjust criticism of their plans and actions? If so, please say, I will. I will. Great. Let these mutual pledges be your commitment that the American Society of Civil Engineers may be an increasingly greater force for the well-being of all citizens of the world whose lives are impacted by our civil engineering projects. People in the audience, you are welcome to be seated. And now, as the delegated representative of the President and Board of Direction of the American Society of Civil Engineers, I now declare each of you installed in the office to which you were elected. Congratulations. Go team.
Thank you, Marcia. And then I'd like to invite John Hasse, our now past president, to say a few words.
Well, you don't get to stand on a stage in front of a bunch of people very often, so enjoy it. I'd like to say thank you for the outgoing board of directors, helped out quite a bit over the last year. Thank you for the president prior to me, Akhtar Zaman, LTAP for putting on this awesome presentation and this luncheon and this whole event. You can't do it without everyone here in this hall and watching this on screens. So thank you for coming out and being part of this. We cannot do an event like this without you being here. I'd like to put a quick plug in for the ASCE annual meeting, which is always held in Indianapolis. This year we're going to hold it in the Renaissance. It's been at the 502 Event Center for a number of years at the end of April, April 29th. Reason we're moving it is because in the last couple of years we've had such really large attendance at the annual meeting that we're going to a bigger, better venue. So thank you. Thank you for being an ASCE member if you're out there, and if you're considering being a member, please do so. Love to see you at the annual meeting. Thank you.
All right, so before we wrap up the lunch session, we do have another special announcement, as you can possibly see when the slide changes here, from the Notre Dame ASCE student section. So I will invite the student chapter representatives up here at this time.
Hi everyone, my name is Claire Seymour and I am a senior at the University of Notre Dame, as well as one of the co-chairs for the 2025 ASCE Indiana-Kentucky Student Symposium.
My name's Nolan, I'm also a senior at Notre Dame and I'm the treasurer for the symposium and co-president of the student chapter.
And we are really excited because in April 2025, Notre Dame will be hosting this symposium. So we are really excited for the opportunity to welcome all of you both to our campus and to the city of South Bend. It's going to be an awesome event. We've got a lot of competitions, some of the classics like Concrete Canoe, Steel Bridge, as well as some newer ones like Concrete Bowling. We're going to do an environmental competition. lots of great opportunities to get involved. So our planning team has been really hard at work over the past year and a half preparing for this event, but we can't do it without all of you. So if you are interested in volunteering with the symposium or judging, we have all of our head judges confirmed right now, but we do need a lot of help with judging. You can fill out this form and express your interest in volunteering. We would really appreciate it, and it's a great way to get involved with the student chapters.
I'll give you guys a second to get the QR code if you need it. Also talk to us afterwards if you have any questions. Claire, thank you for explaining conference. I just want to, for those that aren't familiar with conference, it's a great opportunity not only to learn technical skills and, practice those in a competitive nature, but also to learn how to work in a team. A lot of managing, whether you're a leader or just being part of a team. It's a lot of great skills. Now I'd like to take a moment and thank our current sponsors. They've already committed to supporting us, and we are really appreciative of them. However, we are still in need of more support. So if you are still interested, we have plenty of great opportunities like our brand new water treatment competition, some of the classic competitions like Steel Bridge and surveying are still available. So if you're interested, please reach out to any of the emails on the screen or in the back where you guys checked in. There are note cards with information about the conference, about volunteering and sponsorship.
And I think I can speak for all of us as students in saying that our involvement with ASCE and especially with the symposium has really impacted our college experience. And I couldn't really think of a better way to end my senior year at Notre Dame than hosting this conference. So we're really excited to welcome you all to South Bend and just thank you for your time.
So I've had the privilege to work with student chapters over the past few years, and last year Purdue Northwest hosted the student symposium. I know we have some of the representatives here, Benjamin in the front, he was one of the chairs, and then working this year with Notre Dame, and just the hours that these students put in addition to their academics and other extracurriculars. I mean, it's planning the whole event from start to finish, and it's just been amazing to see what our young professionals here can do, and the friendships that they've made and the networking. So I do encourage you as a professional to please get involved. It's a great opportunity to interact. It's a lot of fun. We had a little windy day last year on the concrete canoe, so that was fun to see some of those challenges being navigated. But yes, just encourage you to get involved. In those note cards, we actually moved them. So instead of at the registration, they are in the hospitality room on Stewart 218. Also just want to remind, we do have the audible devices set up in the hallway there if you'd like to interact with that from our morning session. And then we have a great afternoon session prepared for you all. So if the newly elected officers, as well as the student chapters and our honorees, if you could gather after we dismiss here for some pictures up here by the stage, we'd appreciate it. If the attendees, we have a QR code on the program. We really appreciate your feedback. I know one of them might be the bridge track is a little tight, so I apologize that room is a little small for that track, but we do incorporate your comments so that we can continue to build and make this an enjoyable experience for everyone. And with that, our afternoon sessions are back over in Stewart. Parking garage, scan your ticket that you got when you came in, and then scan the ticket you got at registration. So it's a two-step process there. Hopefully we have good facilitation out of the parking garage at the conclusion of the event. But everyone travel safely, and thank you for being here. Take care.